Hey guys, my name is Bound to Divide, and over the course of the next 4 hours we're going to be creating this project completely from scratch. And when I say completely from scratch, I mean it. There is no rehearsed project. I haven't created this song before. This isn't a breakdown of a track that's been created. It's completely raw. You get to see me go through the struggles of creating a melody, to designing the sound for the melody, to creating the bass line, finding sounds that I like and then deciding I don't like them and ditching them, searching for samples, struggling through the mixdown and master. You really get to see everything. So I really look forward to you watching this course and learning a few things, and I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing I always like to do when I'm starting a project is to start with trying to find a melody that works. If you don't have a solid melodic idea, there's pretty much no point in carrying the track through to finish, because no amount of polishing that you do will make it sound good. So I always try and build a solid foundation. And now to write my melody, I always like to create some sort of like an ambient drone sound to write to, just because it creates some harmonic context and kind of just helps with inspiration. I find if I'm just using a single instrument to write my melody, I often just don't feel very inspired, because after all, I think like the emotion in music comes more from the harmony than from the melody. So, or maybe a combination of the melody and the harmony. So like the movement between notes combined with what's happening, behind those notes and below those notes. Everything just comes together and creates that melodic richness. So let's open up Serum, and there it is. And I'm going to show you how I make my drones. They're very simple drones, especially just the first one that I create. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the tempo of this set to, let's go to 123. It's a pretty common BPM that I see on Juno. So now I'm gonna start off writing my track in A minor. We might change that later, but I just find it easier to write in A minor because it's all the white notes, so I don't have to think about the scale too much. So yeah, let's start with a note at A3, and we'll just turn that volume down. And I'm just going to add a second oscillator and pitch that up by 1 octave and 7 semitones, which makes it a perfect fifth. Okay, so we're probably a bit high over here, so let's turn it down 1 octave here and 1 there. And let's make it a bit wider with some unison. And a bit wider here too. Could even try going further down. We'll see, maybe we'll change that. And then I'm just going to enable the filter here, and also make sure that B, oscillator B, is going through the filter by enabling that. Now we've got this like dark drone. And just to make it a bit more like spacey, I'm going to add a reverb. So in terms of reverbs, I would usually go for something like Valhalla reverb or Valhalla shimmer for this kind of thing. But just because, I know not everybody's going to have that, it's totally possible to make something nice using just normal Ableton reverb. So let's grab our reverb, and then in the reverb section we have a bunch of different presets. So under special, I think let's try this outer space. It sounds like it'll be nice and long. Okay, let's try another one. How about something bright long verb? Let's try opening this up a bit. And let's turn up the volume a bit on the master here. I just want to pitch this up another octave and see. I think I'm going to stick to that. Now let's just add some final EQ, and I'm going to delete these other reverbs that we aren't using. What I want to do is just remove the low frequencies from this, because we're going to have a sub and a bass line and all these other things that are just going to end up conflicting with this, and this is just going to be a very background sound anyway. I'm going to reduce some of that high end a bit. Okay, so that's our drone. Let's start making some sort of melody to go with this now. So I'm just going to add a MIDI clip here. So if you don't know how to add a MIDI clip, suggest you just take, a sort of more basic Ableton Live intro course. But just in case you're wondering, all I've done is just hit Control Shift and M, and Control Shift T to add a new MIDI channel. So Control Shift T, and then highlight section and Control Shift M. Okay, so let's take another copy of Serum. I'm just going to grab it from here, pop it over there, and we'll initialize the preset. So I'm going to start off with a relatively simple pluck sound to get the ball rolling on this. So I'm just going to leave it as a saw wave, and I'm going to enable some noise. Let's go for this ARP white. And let's just pop a note down here so we can hear it. Yeah, I think that's about enough noise there. Then we're going to go to envelope 2 and create our like plucky envelope sound. Let's bring it down to around 450 milliseconds decay. See how that sounds. We'll turn on the filter and set it to this Moog low 18, and just drag this envelope 2 onto the cutoff. Oops, didn't mean to remove that. Drag it back on there. So we can hit Alt, Shift, and left click here to make this unipolar instead of bipolar. I prefer to use it like this. And we want the noise to also be running through the filter, so that when we open up the filter, we start to get that noise. Another thing I want to just quickly do is freeze this track. And that's so when I constantly play and pause, we don't hear this ring out all the time, and it can get a bit annoying. And I'm also just going to solo this channel while we work on the sound, because we don't really need that background sound to interfere with this. So what I'm looking for here is just a bit of brightness in the sound. And then we can also go here to envelope 1 and bring this point down so that we've got a more plucky sound. Yeah, very simple sound to start off with. And we'll for sure come back and make it a bit more interesting. But now what I'm going to do is just add some reverb and delay to it, so that it's just a bit easier to work with sounds that are slightly more wet, and it's just a bit more inspiring. So next thing I'm going to do is grab a delay, just a simple Ableton delay. And I know a lot of people's workflow is to like go to the section and then find the instrument, but I always just go to all results and search for what I want. I find it's the quickest way. Alright, so let's listen to this delay. Okay, so I want it a bit darker. That's alright. Let's have it like on quarter notes for now and make it a bit less wet. Alright, I think that's fine. And then let's add a reverb, and I want like quite a bright reverb, but to mix it in quietly. So if we just search for reverb again, and we can go and look at those presets. I like the sound of bright reflections. I mean, the name sounds like it'll do what I want it to do. It's quite interesting. Let's see how it sounds. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. We'll mix that in quite quietly. And lastly, I think we want some EQ on here. Just to take out that low end, because the noise that's coming from Serum is just going to take up that entire frequency range, so we need to cut out that low noise. Okay, setting about there is about fine. And now I'm going to enable this because we're going to try and figure out a melody while playing this sound. Okay, so now that we have our sound, we can write our melody. So the first thing I'm going to do is just try and set a nice rhythm. And I really like using polyrhythms. And that's what I want to do for this track, is to just figure out a nice polyrhythm to work with. And I'm not going to go too in depth about the theory of polyrhythms. What I'll do is I'll just sort of show you what they do, and you know, you'll be able to understand what's happening just by listening to it. You'll go, oh, okay, that sounds really cool. So with polyrhythms, if we have a note that's just playing like eighth notes, for example, that is not very interesting. But if you take a second note and place that underneath it, maybe extend that out, we've now got a dotted note. So that's like an eighth and a quarter note. And now if we loop just this section, I highlight this and loop it, start to get quite an interesting rhythm. And that's sort of just like a polyrhythm, you know, you got like this galloping sound now. If I make this even longer and just keep extending out these dotted notes, and maybe just shorten the last one so that this dotted note kind of resets when it loops, then we've got an even, like a different rhythm, and it's going to be even more interesting. Okay, so that's basically the idea of what I'm going to do, except I'm not going to use this exact setup that we have here. What I want to do is have the top line be the polyrhythm, be the dotted note. Just like that. And I want to kind of extend this out and have it reset over here. So it's going for 2 bars. Let's just extend that. Okay, and then the bottom one, what I'm going to do is make another row over here, and I'm going to use this minor third. Okay, let's stick with a minor third. It's a bit darker and more like melancholic. And I'm going to reset this pattern over here. And if you haven't quite understood what I mean by reset, just look at where notes are hitting on the beat. So like that's hitting on the beat, that's not, that's not, that's not. That one's hitting on the beat, and that's not. And what I mean by, when I say reset, I mean resetting on like the first beat of a bar. So you've got 4 beats in a bar. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So anytime a note lands on either the, well, lands on the one over here, or the one here, or the one here, then it's kind of, the rhythm is reset. And that's what I mean by that. So here I'm resetting over here so that it's actually resetting on the 3. And now we've got this like interesting rhythm happening here. And we've got, you can see here, these last 3 notes line up together. The rest of them are kind of, well, these 2 line up, these ones line up, and then this portion of notes are all landing on different timings. So that creates like a really interesting rhythm. Okay, so what I want to do is kind of just make a melody with the bottom notes here. So maybe each time it resets we can have a movement. So let's try moving down. Yeah, like that. I feel like that needs to go up. Maybe up to the E. Let's duplicate that and listen again. Okay, I feel like this needs to go on a bit longer and have a bit more of a story to the melody. So I'm going to try just going down a whole step from this note to that one, so from E to D. I think this one needs to go even further down. And then it sounds like it needs to return back home here, going to the A. So let's put this back down to the A. That's pretty cool. Let's duplicate that again. And this time I'm going to make a slight variation. Instead of it just repeating this exactly as it is, let's try moving this G maybe up to an octave. Yeah, I like that. I feel like instinctively I want this to go up to the A, but the problem is this A is already being taken by that note. I'll show you what I mean. If you listen to this, kind of sounds much better leading from that G up to that A. But let's just roll with it as is for now, because I want to keep this polyrhythm going. And I'm going to duplicate this out again. I've just hit Control D to duplicate stuff. And then on this one, I want to have another variation, but this time I'm going to variate the top line here. So we're not going to stick on the A the entire time. I'm going to try and move stuff around. So let's see. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, so we've got the movement now from the A up to the C and down to the B. So that's going 1, 3, 2, which is usually quite a nice sounding movement. This. That movement is usually quite a nice, pleasing movement, or even going from here or from. Sounds good. Either way, the 1, 2, 3 relationship usually does sound quite good. Okay, so I like that, and now we probably want to repeat this, I think. Let's delete that. And now that we've moved this up to the B, we can shift this up to the A. If you remember over here, I wanted to shift that up to the A, but this A was already being used by the top line. Now that that top line's moved up, we can use this A, and maybe we'll get something interesting sounding. So let's listen to this whole section here. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that as like a starting point for a track, building a track around. So I'm going to just save this, and we'll get going on adding some more stuff. So let's just in this PML course, and I'm just going to delete that. Okay, so now we have our basic melody down and our drone sound. Next up, I think we should add a bass. And before I do that, I'm just going to rename this to drone and this to melody. And now we're going to hit Control-Shift-T for a new MIDI track. And we're going to make a bass line over here, Control-Shift-M. And let's open up Serum. So now maybe we can get even more interesting with that polyrhythm and have some sort of rhythmic bass. But I don't think it should be very complex rhythm, just because we've already got something complex happening up here. We don't want, you know, if you have too much of a complex rhythm, kind of just the brain switches off and, you know, you can't really like dance to it and it doesn't feel great. So I'm gonna maybe use a 16th note rhythm. Maybe we can do like a rolling bass line. But first what I want to do is just to get my notes right. So I'm just going to create like a very basic patch. I'm just going to use the saw wave and turn on the filter. And that's it. That's the patch done for now. And I'm just going to draw in some notes and see what feels nice. So I'm going to start on the 1 here. Yeah, I like that movement. Now I think we need to go down. Let's try the G. Maybe let's try the F. and then go back to the G, and then the G resolves back to the A. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that. Let's turn this into like a 16th note rolling bass line. So I'm going to set the grid to 16th notes and just make this one little note here and just hold Control D and then copy all of that. I'm going to hold Control and drag this onto each one. And there we go. Now you can just loop this out. Now I'm just going to focus on the sound design for this for a second. Okay, so for first of all, just listening to this, you can see that the bass note is above 100 Hertz, and we want that down there, so we need to pitch this down an octave. That's better. Okay, so let's grab this. I'm going to set this maybe to the 18, MG low 18. And then we're going to grab envelope 2 and make this into a pluck shape. For rolling bass lines, I find like I often go for like 300 to 400 milliseconds decay on this. So let's just drag envelope 2 onto the cutoff and bring that cutoff down. And then we can just listen to this, see how that sounds in combination with the melody. Yeah, I think that sounds nice. What I want to try is just see how a fifth sounds over there. So we're going to enable oscillator B. Let's pitch this up an octave and 7 semitones. And let's just enable the envelope, the filter over here on oscillator B. I'm just going to play with the level and see what level sounds nice. When I'm doing this, I'm also not just listening, I'm looking at this EQ and checking to see if any peaks are peaking above the sub. Because I don't really want any notes to be stronger than the sub. You start getting, starts making the mixdown a bit harder, I find. Usually I just want that sub to be the most powerful thing there. And I might end up splitting this up into 2 patches and we have just a sub and a mid bass, but for now I'm going to keep it like this. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with that. And if we open this up, what I might actually do is automate, instead of automating the cutoff, like most people will just automate this. I like to automate the amount rather. And the reason for that is, instead of just opening up the cutoff, essentially the bottom of the filter or the lowest point of the filter doesn't move. So once you open it, you still got that movement of the filter going all the way from there down to there. Whereas if you had to open this up, the filter's only sweeping from that point to that point. And it's kind of changing not only the brightness of it, but also the shape of the sound. So it's not cutting it all the way down. So it's almost like the sound is going to get quite a lot louder. So yeah, I prefer to just automate the envelope depth. So I'm going to go into the matrix and just click over there and then click here so that we can see our automation lanes. I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm just going to add that to a new lane so that I can remember to automate that at some point. Okay, now I'm quite happy with our bass and our melody combination. And at this point what I like to do is to just go in and try different keys and see what sounds nice. So I'm going to try shifting this down maybe to a G, and we'll also have to shift the melody. I'm just going to consolidate this into one clip, so I'm going to select both of them and hit Ctrl J, and now I'm just going to shift this down to the G, and the same thing with the drone, unfreeze. Let's just consolidate that and make this one long note and move it down to the G. Make sure that's starting on beat. There we go. Let's just listen to that. And while you're doing this, you should also be checking your EQ, especially on your bass, making sure that notes are not going too far down. You know, if you're going like below like 35 hertz, I'd say it starts to get almost like most speakers won't really be able to put that frequency out properly. So I try and keep things up a nice balance of not having notes too high or too low. So let's just check this out. So here we are on 46 hertz, and the lowest note is hitting 37, which is actually okay. I just want to see how this sounds in this section. Yeah, I actually quite like it in that key. I'm going to try another thing. I'm going to try going higher. Let's go to the A sharp. So it's A sharp minor. I really like A sharp minor. Usually sounds good, so let's just hear that. And we'll also push this up to the A sharp. Kind of torn between the two. Kind of leaning more towards the G minor one though. Let's put it back one more time and check that. G minor. Make sure that one's in G minor. I'm just hitting Ctrl Z. I think I'm actually going to stick with the A sharp. I feel like the low end's a bit cleaner on the A sharp. So let's just do that, and then we can move on. Yeah, it feels a little bit less muddy in the A sharp. So let's stick with that. Yeah, so next up, what I want to do is maybe make like a background kind of lead. Just to follow the top line of this, and it's just something we can bring in later on in the track. Now I've done this before a few times, but what I usually like to do is to just grab an E piano, distort it and put a long reverb on it, and that usually makes like a nice background lead sound that you can use almost like a pad. So if I search for Wurlitzer here, that's your Wurlitzer, which is an E piano, and I like the soft piano one. I'm going to grab that, and then I'm going to make a MIDI clip over here, and what I'm going to do is just steal this top line and put it in here. Oh, I need to shift it back so it's in line with everything. That looks right. And then let's make these sustained notes. So just drag that out, copy that there. And I know it's starting a little bit after the other one, but that's fine. You know, we don't want everything to be perfect. Let's duplicate that. That was a happy accident, just clicking on that note again. Maybe I wanted to repeat over here. Yeah, that sounds cool. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is grab an overdrive. And what I'm trying to do is just make like a bunch of harmonics, add harmonics to the sound. So at the moment, I play this. There's a few harmonics, but let's distort this. Now we have like quite a distorted sound. Let's try moving this filter around because we might get different tones. I think I like it there. And next up I'm going to grab a reverb. Let's just make this like a really big reverb and make it like 100% wet. Okay, and I'm going to try EQing this a bit. Let's also EQ this sound a bit. I wonder if we play this as an octave sound. Yeah, I think I like it there. What I'm going to do is grab another EQ. And I want to just cut out this like this peak here a bit because it's quite mid-rangey. And that's going to, you know, conflict with the melody. Let's just hear how that sounds in context. I just want to let a bit of the original dry sound through here. Let's see how that sounds. And I want to try pitch this up. I think it sounds better in this octave. Alright, yeah, so now we've got like a few elements to work with. Now what I'm going to do is start building out the drums so that we have a nice loop to basically build a track from. So I have a few like go-to drums that I always use, and I just save them in my own folder called Nice Drums. So I'm just going to go in there and reach for my kick that I usually use, which is this kick 08, and I just like it because it's like really nice and full. Fills out that low end, it feels good on the sub, the click isn't too loud, and it kind of just suits this genre quite well. So I'm going to grab this kick, and I'm also going to grab another kick which I heard from one of PML's packs, and I'm not being forced to use this pack, promise. They gave me full permission to use whatever samples I want. I'm just going to try this kick out because I like it. So yeah, where is it? It's in this pack, I believe. Deep Premium. Yeah, this one. So I like this because it's also like a nice dark kick. It's got a bit of a thump to it. The click's not too loud, and I also like that the initial like transient is quite wide. It almost sounds like it's got a harsh delay on it. So it like kind of hits both ears different times. It sounds pretty cool. I'm going to compare these two kicks. Let me just put a MIDI track in here, Control Shift T, and then I'm just going to make one single note here at C3, full velocity. Make sure it's, oops. It's going to turn up the velocity on this, and hit legato. So now I've got one note, and if we just repeat that out, drag that out, and then it repeats on each beat. And then I'm going to grab the sample, drop it in there, turn these off. Okay, another thing I need to do is to, before I choose my kick, is to just make sure that I'm side chaining it, because otherwise we can't really feel what the kick sounds like in the track. So I'm just going to use a compressor for this. And sorry, I didn't explain what I'm doing there. What I've done is I've just grouped all my instruments over here, selected all of them, and hit Control G. Now I've got this group. I'm going to name it, I'm just going to call it sidechain. And I know a lot of people like to sidechain using like a ghost note or some sort of trigger other than the kick, but I like to just use the kick because it works. I've never had any problems doing it that way. So I'm going to sidechain to this DPV1 kick. I'm going to duplicate this because we've got two. Actually, no. We're testing them out on one channel. Scratch that. Okay, so I'm going to open this up, hit sidechain, and then go to this channel 9. I'm going to enable the EQ, and we are just high passing it, so we're only getting the click of the kick. So I'm just using the release to set like how long I want this curve to be. And I don't really like side chains that you can notice like audibly, like, you know, Eric Prydz Call on Me kind of side chain where it's pumping the entire track and you can really feel it. I like to just have it so that the sole purpose of the side chain in this case is just so that the kick can come through the mix a bit better. So that's fine for me. I think that kick sounds really nice, but I just want to grab kick 8 over here. It's a tough choice because kick 8 has the high end that I feel like we're going to need. and this one has like a really nice character. So maybe what we can do is layer them. So let's grab this one and put it into here, and let's try and see if layering works. Okay, so what I like most about this kick would probably be that initial snap. So I'm just going to shorten this. I'm going to bring down the sustain and shorten the decay, just so that we have that. And I'm just going to remove the sub from it. One thing I do want to check is how does this kick translate to mono, because from what I can tell it sounds like it's using like a very short delay, which may cause phasing issues. So let's just grab mono over here and check this. From what I can tell, there's no issue there. If it sounds fine, it is fine, so I'm happy with that. And I'm actually going to save this kick in another one of these racks, just because, you know, maybe we could use this kick in a different section somewhere, maybe in a build-up or in a quiet part of the track, you never know. So I'm just going to save it over there, and I'm just going to make it like gray or something, and then switch it off. Okay, so I'm just checking the side chain again. That. So this is going to be our kick. I'm just going to make a group and call that kick. And then the next thing we're going to need is probably a clap. So again, I'm going to go to my nice drums folder because there's a clap I have in mind for this. And this is from one of my tracks that I've recently put out, or by the time you watch this it will probably be out. It's made up of a few layers, and I'm going to use it because I love it. The thing I love about this clap is that it's like really nice and full. We've got like the low end, I think that's from a 909 snare. It's punching through, and then there's like a 909 clap as well as like another hand clap, or maybe another 2 hand claps. And altogether it's like really filling everything out. It has a nice bite to it. So let's try shift this around. If we shift it back maybe before the beat, or a bit less than that. So pre-shifting is like something that works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't, I find. Yeah, I think there it fits nicely. I'm going to duplicate that out, and then so sometimes I work in MIDI for drums, and sometimes I like to use the audio because in cases like this you can see like where the transient's landing on the grid. Okay, so now I've got a hat, a clap, now we need a hat. So let's have a look at our hats. And check out a few from this sample pack. I heard earlier a few that I liked. Yeah, I think I like this one as like a 16th kind of hat. It's like quite metallic sounding. So let's grab that. I'm going to make a MIDI note here, a MIDI clip, and then go to C3 here and like let's set this to 16th notes. And what I'm going to do is kind of make a rhythm here using velocity. So I'm going to turn down the first note, the second note, leave the third one up high, and turn down the fourth note. And you will hear what that's doing. So that's doing like this, it's like accenting the third note, which is giving you a rhythm. So if I just loop this section, there you'll hear it. So let me turn this down and mix it in. I think that's fine for our closed hat. I don't want it to be much louder. I don't like closed hats being very loud. And there's a bit of sub in this, so we need to just remove that. Okay, I'm going to go back to my other drums and choose a open hat. I'm going to steal the MIDI from this channel and simply delete those notes. And there we go. Okay, so I want something that's like filling out mostly this top end. I don't really like 909 hats and stuff for this style of music, you know, like that is a bit too mid-rangey. I think that's more for like tech house and stuff. So let's try, this might be a good layer. That's nice and wide. Let's try layering that with another hat. Maybe with that one. That's like a shaker, but it has like quite a nice character to it. Okay, I'm gonna mix these in one by one. One thing I like to do when I'm mixing in my drums right from the beginning is to just try and get those hat levels in relation to the sub at a good level. So what I use for this is I grab Span. So Span is a free plugin and it's a monitoring tool. So you can go and just download it yourself. It's completely free. And I've just got some sort of shapes here memorized of what sounds good when I've referenced other tracks. So if we look at this graph, what I usually notice with other professional tracks in like the Anjuna Deep Space is that the sub of the track is usually somewhere around the same volume as the hats up here. Maybe the hats are, you know, like 3 dB quieter some of the time. So I'm just going to try and mix this in so that we're getting sort of, you know, relatively the same level there. So those can come up a bit more. And this one. Slightly quieter, but I think any more just doesn't feel right to me, so I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to try bringing this up too. Maybe that clap can come up a bit. Go to the kick and just boost the top end a bit with an EQ. Now I'm going to just group all of my drums together. And they sound pretty good. Let's look at the master again. I think those hats can come down a touch. So that clap also needs to be high passed a bit. It's fine. That's got some low end in it, so I'm going to remove that. Okay, so now what I want to do is try and get a bit of percussion going to make this drum loop a bit more interesting. And the first thing actually before I do that is we're going to add some groove to the loop. And the sooner you do this, the better, because it's not fun to add groove to the entire track once it's finished. So what I do for groove is I just search for .agr. And that brings up all these Ableton Groove templates. And I like using these MPC 16 swing templates here. Now you can listen to them and hear how swung you want the track to be. Like that's really swung. That's, you know, way too swung. So usually I like to go somewhere around 55 to 60. I think 58 sounds like it might work in this one. And I'm going to apply that to the hats, to the 16th hats. Because this is a 16th groove, it's only going to apply swing to that note and that note. So there's no point in putting it onto this offbeat shaker because it's not going to do anything. It's not going to move these notes around. So you'll see what I mean now. If I drag this onto here, now we look at the MIDI. If I hit commit, it's moved it off the grid. So instead of it being like this, you know, we do have no swing over there. Very straight and very boring. I'm going to drag this back on here. Now we've got that swing. Now we don't have to hit commit. The software is still reading these notes as swung even though you're not looking at them being swung, as long as it's selected here in the groove. That you don't have to actually hit commit. And I think the reason they've done this is that if I wanted to test out a different groove pattern, for instance 56, now I've got 56 here, and I can go back to, well, usually you can have a few selected over here. So let me just see. I think we have to drag them over here. Yeah, so now we've got two of these in the groove pool. I'm just going to close the groove pool again. So now we've got these and we can sort of A-B between them. Yeah, I think I prefer 58. So now we've decided we want 58. We can hit commit, but we don't have to. I'm going to hit it anyway. And then later on, you know, as we keep adding elements to the track, we just have to make sure that if there's any element that lands on a 16th note, that we apply that swing to it so that the groove stays nice and consistent and clean. Okay, so we don't need groove on these hats at all. We don't need groove on the kick. We don't need it on the clap. What we will need it on is this bass line. I'm going to select the groove here, 58. And then the melody will definitely have some notes landing on that groove. So let's just hit 58 and hit commit so you can watch them shift around. So you can see some of the notes are being pushed slightly off the grid. Okay, so now we can work on like adding some percussion to this. First thing I'm going to do is use the clap to create a bit of unique percussion. I'm going to duplicate the clap, and then I'm going to grab a grain delay. And I'm just going to mess with some parameters until we get like an interesting kind of sound. I like it down there. Let's try increasing the spray. Don't like what the spray is doing. Let's try feedback. Okay, what I'm going to do is listen to this in context here and try different timings. Try to bring this frequency down. I think that could make for some interesting percussion. I'm just going to freeze and flatten this. And then once we've got that, we can now go in and move this around on the grid until we see something interesting, or we hear something interesting. Maybe we should be listening in context because it's also going to be grooving with the rest of the track. I actually like this, the secondary kind of claps over here. So maybe what we can do is just remove this clap over here and that one, and that can be our loop. Try that. There we go, now we've got some nice unique percussion that nobody else has, and it kind of fits the track nicely because it comes from another element in the track. And I try and do that as much as possible, is like resample and like mangle things and try and turn them into new elements, because you always find that they will fit the track better because they are sourced from the track itself. Okay, in saying that, I'm going to also now try some other loops, and before I do that I just want to double check the EQ on this. Yeah, so we've got a whole bunch of mud down there that I want to get rid of. Okay, another thing I want to do using the clap is to maybe just add a like almost a ghost note, but just using another delay. So if I grab the basic delay here, have it like really short. Okay, so what I'm going to do with that is just resample it to, well, we can use this track over here, so I'm going to hit resample here. I'm going to solo the clap and just record this in. And then I'm going to switch off the delay on the clap and just use that. Let's hear how that sounds. turn off resampling here. Yeah, I think that sounds good. And let's see, maybe we can do another something interesting with the clap. Let's just have like a little reverse come in over here. So let's copy that over here. And what I'm going to do is just remove some of that and maybe put a reverb on there. We can actually reverse this clap. Put the reverb on there. Yeah, that's fine. And then let's just freeze and flatten that. And now we delete that clap and we can use this reverb. I've just hit R to reverse it. And I want to get rid of that. There's like a very light transient over here. But I don't want that in there, and I'm going to fade this out. So now we've got like a little reverse going into our clap. Okay, I think that's a bit long for my taste. I'm going to shorten that a bit. And I'm also going to turn it down because I want it like just very subtle. Yeah, there we go. And we can just have that repeat every once in a while there. And with this, I don't want it to repeat every single, every 4 bars. I want it to, be a bit more sparse, so it's like a bit more of a treat to the ear when it does happen. And then I think on this one we can have another variation on the clap and see if we can find some Foley or something. Let's try these textures, see what's in here. Industrial. That's interesting. These might work well. Anything like metallic. I want to try this because I like that tone that it has in it. Let's just turn off warping. Let's try cutting out that low end. See what note this is hitting. So that's hitting C sharp, which is in key, so that's fine. Let's try pitching it around though. Then we can also warp this and move stuff onto the grid. And we just need to insert these warp markers. So I'm just hitting Control I to insert these markers here on the transients. I I think it sounds cool, but it doesn't really, it's not doing what I want it to do. I want it to layer with a clap. So for that, let's try another thing. Maybe this bolt pile. I'm going to turn off warp again and then just try and find a section that sounds nice. That section sounds good to me. Okay, so there's quite a bit of sub and stuff happening in there, so let's remove it. I only want these like metallic bits at the top here. Okay, so these have quite noticeable transients, especially if I turn this up, you'll see them. So like here's one there, there, and there. So I think we should try and warp these so they land on the beat. So I've just turned on warp mode. And now Ableton has detected these transients. Let's just highlight the section and hit Control I. And that's going to add these yellow markers to each one. Oops, what have I done? Okay, so now we can move these around. Move that over there. So enable Complex Pro. Turn that back down. We can even try using beats and set this preserve mode to this forward arrow and turn this down, and that'll basically shorten the sound so that we're only hearing the transients and not the tail. It's quite a nice layer. Yeah, I like that. I think a delay might actually fit that in even better. Yeah, so now we have it kind of ringing out a bit. Ping pong, let's try that. That's pretty cool. There we go. So now we have like something happening on each one of these repetitions of the claps. We've got something different happening each time. So it's getting a bit more interesting. So let's listen to this whole thing. Okay, so two things here. I feel like this is not loud enough. And that doesn't really fit in the way it is. Let's try. What I'm going to try is use this delay as like a filter almost. So I like the sound of that. Let me try turning off. Can we set this to time? Yeah. a bit more gritty. It will bring down that feedback. Let's try sidechain it. So I'm going to grab a compressor. Actually, what I'll do is I'll steal it from the kick or from this sidechain, and I'll place that onto this. You can have a longer release. Let's try pushing this back more with some reverb. That's a bit better. Okay, now lastly I'm going to just try a few loops and see if something fits nicely. I'm going to play the track while I cycle through these. That first little tone sounded good, like it fit nicely. So I think I might want to use those somewhere. I don't know about on the first beat. Maybe just that. Yeah, that kind of layers nicely under the kick. Stealing the sidechain and just trying to sidechain this. Let's see if we can find a tom maybe. That tom might work if we just place it every once in a while. Oops, I need to put that onto a MIDI file. Just want to see where like it fits in the pitch nicely. Can't really hear it with all the other instruments, so I'm not going to bother adding it. I think I'm actually more or less happy with how the percussion sounds at the moment. The last thing I might want to add is just to have a shaker and shaker just to kind of have a separate section, because you know we don't want the same drums throughout the entire track, and bringing shakers in and out often really does the trick. So I'm going to grab a shaker. I made this the other day, which works really well. Okay, so now we have to remember to add our groove, our swing. And we should probably go through everything else that we just added and add the swing to that. So for the clap, for this little loop here, there's probably going to be transients landing on the beat. So I'm just going to hit Control J to consolidate everything into one clip. And then we're just going to apply the groove there and check. So I would expect it to move those across. There we go, it's done that. Okay, so now I've got the shaker. And is there anything else that needs the groove? Perhaps this. I'm going to consolidate that and just apply the groove here. And copy that over. Okay, so I would say for now we have a pretty solid loop that we can build a full track off. So now the fun begins. We get to arrange the track into a full layout, and we will keep adding stuff and removing stuff until we have a nice full track that sounds professional and ready for release. Okay, so now that we have this full loop over here, next thing I like to do is try and just build out like an entire drop section, and I think about 1 minute of drop is fine. So I'm gonna move this up to bar 25. Actually no, let's move it up to bar 30. So if you didn't see what I did there, I've just highlighted a section and hit Control I, and all that does is just insert empty space into that highlighted section and essentially moves everything to the right. Okay, and now I've got some space for like our intro and bridge and everything. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate this, and then that is like 1 full minute that we have over there. And another way I like to do this in terms of like sequencing things out is to basically just find a track that you like, drop it in here and see where their sections are. So you can usually do this just by looking at the waveform. You can see where all their drums are, where they take them out, and basically just follow that. So I might just do that now. If I search for like a Ben Burma track, here's After Earth. Let's go with that one. So I think that's in the same BPM actually. Yeah, so we can see this is probably the main section of the drop, and then we have like this breakdown, and then we have everything come back in here, and it actually is extra long than this one. And then a whole nother section. How long is this track? That's a really long track. Yeah, that's 7 minutes long. So what I might do is just work with what we have for now, make it like about, yeah, that's sort of like 4.5 minutes, which is fine. So if we want to extend it, we can. But for now, I'm just going to work with these kind of lengths. So I'm just going to delete this now, don't need that anymore. And I'm going to work on trying to get this whole section flowing nicely. Okay, so I think this whirly can probably come in right at the end here of the section. And what we need to do is automate this melody, because I kind of want when the drop hits, I kind of want there to be no melody almost. And even no drone in there. I think that sounds pretty cool. We could even like filter out some of these sounds. Where is that? Yeah, okay, so I like that. So I'm gonna maybe bring in this loop over here. And then bring in those sounds over here. Along with that shaker. So let's just automate this melody. So did I save the automation somewhere? Oh, that was just for the bass line. So let's go in here and have a look at our envelope. So what I'm going to do is just play with the cutoff amount. Yeah, so at the moment it's there. I think when it's at its fullest, I want it to be probably as loud as I'll ever want it to be, or as wide open. So I'm going to start it off pretty low over here. And this drone, I'm going to also maybe just grab a utility and mix that in slowly. Okay, so I've just renamed the group here and deleted that other random track. Okay, so I think that flows pretty nicely, but we need some sounds to like fill it out a bit. So I'm going to try and maybe grab an ARP here and there. Maybe resample some things and see if we can create some sort of, I don't know, just spaced out sounds that fill in gaps. Well, not really gaps, but just, you know, add interest, or ear candy is what I would call it. So maybe what we can do is like resample sections of this melody. If I go to a new channel and then just hit record and resample, just do this for example. Now we've got this. We can maybe pitch that up. Let's try pitching it up 12 semitones. And like maybe adding a delay. On top of that, we can make the feedback really long, and now make it 100% wet. And then use maybe a like auto pan. And instead of using it to pan the sound around, we can use it to control the volume of this. So if I change the shape, not the shape, but the phase to 0, you can hear how that's controlling the volume. So now we can change the shape maybe to something like that. And we change the timing. We can do 16th notes. Maybe we can do like a pulse wave shape. Or we can even do like a random shape. No, I think I prefer it to be quite like that. Let's hear how it sounds in the mix. I'll just turn it down. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe we can sweep that in and just have that over there. Yeah, how that sounds straight from the beginning. Okay, maybe we could use that over here. Let's just hear. I like that, but I feel like it needs some reverb. Nice long reverb. Try that. Maybe this one can be like, we can take that up to 7 semitones, because that's still going to be in key. That's just going to be playing the 5th of this section. We could also switch these around, so this one is playing first. Kind of think that we should have this playing again here. We can have a bit louder there. Cut out some of that low end. Okay, I feel like we need something else. Maybe in these sections. We want something there and something there. Maybe we can resample this entire section here. Or we can go further on and do it here when the filter's more open. There. Move this over here and maybe we can reverse it. And like Put some delay, or even a grain delay on that. Increase the feedback. Let's try divide it by 2 so that it's shorter. I'll try reverse that again. And maybe pitch it up. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's try some spray. What I want to do now is actually to select that in reverb before we go into the delay, 100%, and make it like a bit darker. I'm going to use this auto pan again to give it a bit of rhythm. Let's change the phase. Oh, sorry, the offset. Let's try a different rhythm here. Maybe if the delay comes after that, do a ping pong delay and make it like really long. Use that. Let's make a few more things. Let's try, see if we can find, I don't know, something like a sampled instrument or flute or something maybe. Let's see. Have any flutes? I have these, which was from a really old collaboration, and maybe we can repurpose in this track. Not those ones. Try that one. I like that. Let's try to lay that out. flute actually fits pretty nicely with this whirly. It sounds like almost like the same instrument. So that was a happy accident. Just want to see if I can think of something else to fill this out a bit. I mean, it's already quite full and it sounds nice, I think. Wonder if a vocal maybe see. Often what I like to do is just grab a random vocal and then reverse it and try and find like hidden melodies inside of them. So we are in G minor, so maybe we should look at stuff that's in A minor, and then we can just pitch it down 2 semitones so that it's in key.
You left me with nothing, nothing.
Let's grab that. Just make sure that we set the timing right, so that's 130 BPM. And we want to pitch it down to G minor. And let's just turn it down. Sorry, we're not in G minor, we're in A sharp minor. We need to pitch it up 1 semitone. Okay, might try and pitch that down 11. Then go complex pro and just bring down the formants a bit. And try and reverse this.
Let me hear you say, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let's try this one. All I'm doing is just listening for something that sounds good. And I'm going to reverse this straight off the bat.
I'm so done with you, so done with you, so done with you, so done with you. He doesn't know what you're worth, babe.
Try that one. I'm going to warp that into time. Pitch it up.
He doesn't know what you're worth. Yeah, when my pillows is the fellows.
Sometimes just putting a delay on it brings out a new melody that you wouldn't hear before, so I'm going to try that. So there's like a little riff I'm hearing. Try this. try and put this somewhere like, I don't know, somewhere else. Yeah, that's cool. How about some reverb? Reverb on everything. So I'm going to EQ this. Try and find another one for this section. No, we want from this vocal, but let's just move this around. So these are just like background things that you kind of can't tell what they're saying, but I think it adds a nice vibe to it. You can make them even darker by just like low passing them. See how that sounds. Cool, I think that's sounding pretty good for our first section. So now I'm going to delete this. I just want to remember, make a mental note where it starts and where it ends. So it's 81 to 129. Because we've made changes, so now I'm going to use this as our new drop template. And I'm just going to duplicate that section out. Now we can make some more changes. So how about we remove the clap and the hats in this section. Then we can even like remove the kick for a portion of this over here. Okay, so this is going to be our final drop, I think. And what we're going to want to do is now just try and link these together with some sort of breakdown. And then also make like an intro. And then once we've got that, then we can work on making this section different, figure out the climax, and do the rest. So I think the easiest thing to do is to just take it from here. Okay, so I think what I want to try and do is use this kick over here. So let's just switch that on, remove it everywhere else. And maybe a different hat to go with that. Or we can use the same hat that we have here, but we can just shorten it. Or only use one of the layers. Let's try using just one of the layers here. Maybe not that one. Okay, so let me bring the sustain down. And then we can shorten the decay when it gets into this section. And this is probably what I'm going to do. This is just fade it out over time. Maybe just up until here. Let's try grab like utility here, and we can automate the gain. Of the entire drum bus, yeah. Okay, so now we need to work out what's happening in this breakdown. I think in the breakdown it might be best to turn this melody into something more epic. Maybe change the sound design. So instead of doing that over there, what I'm going to do is duplicate this melody. And then I'm going to move that over there and delete these. I'm also going to remove any automation I have on it. So maybe what we can do here is to just make this more into view, is we can just hold this portion of it out for a while. Sorry. Delete that. And then we can try messing with the, I think, the filter envelope shape. So let's try shorten it. Let's try lengthen the attack. And maybe what we can do is automate everything that we've just done. So we can try and lengthen the attack over time here. The decay, we can bring that back up. Then we can do filter cutoff amount. I'm gonna have to do it from here, so let's just click on that. And then maybe we can use this whirly along with this section. Okay, now I think this needs to be twice as long at least, this breakdown, so I'm just going to insert some time. Control I. I might bring up this mod amount. That could be a nice touch, is just kind of moving this up an octave over here. Another thing we could maybe automate is have this portamento on, so if I set it to always and then turn this up, it'll start bending the notes. We could do that like every once in a while maybe. Bend that up and then have it go back away. And then we could maybe try and make some changes to the MIDI here. So at the moment we're doing Let's just try a few different random things out here. You know what, actually I like this. I think I'm going to try and just get more sounds out of other synths. We could pitch this down here and then have it going back up over here. Let me just remove that. Just want to make sure this automation is not constantly resetting, so I'm going to add new lanes for everything. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. Maybe we can make some changes to this MIDI. I think now we need to start layering this melody with something else to fill it out a bit, and then we can also build a bass line under it. So I'm gonna just duplicate that, and then this one I'm gonna use Serum. And let's see, maybe we can make like a nice rhythmic kind of sound. So if we use like this LFO and assign it to the level of this. Then we've got that. Maybe if we do 16th notes. Yeah, I don't think this is going to actually work because of those those rhythms over there, it's getting a bit confusing. So I'm gonna remove that modulator. And just try and make some sort of new synth for this. So let's add some unison here. Maybe some noise. So adding like a second oscillator and pitching it up really high often makes it sound metallic. Almost like a bell. So if you like that, you could do that. We could try and make like a bell sound. We just bring this down to make more of a bell shape and add some release to it maybe. So the pitch bend sounds like it'll be nice to use. Let's try adding some pitch bends here. So I think pitch bends can probably come in on the second repetition. Don't know if I want this to be pitched up again. Just add a few pitch bends here and there, ones that sound nice. Okay, let's just see how this break sounds now. Yeah, I do think this needs to come in over here. Maybe we want this to come into this drop. But maybe just the first note. Okay, so I think we need some more synths here, and what I want to have is like a warm, like Reese bassline or something over here. So let's do that. It's gonna save. And I'm gonna open up Serum again. Whoops. Let's get a bass line going. So I'm probably just going to use the same bass line that we have, which starts on the A sharp. Let me just double check the bass line. So it's A sharp, C sharp, F sharp, G sharp. I'm just going to try and see if bending these notes will sound good. Yeah, I like that. I feel like it's a bit muddy. It's a bit better. I wonder if saturating it maybe a bit would work. And we could even add a bit of reverb to this, but just do it very lightly and cut out the low end from the reverb. So now I'm going to add an auto filter and just cut out the low end using this high pass and bringing that down. Just cutting out the low end from here. Maybe I can start cutting it out a bit earlier. We don't want any sub right before the drop. It's going to just take away a bit of energy from the drop. Okay, so we could probably use this over here again. Maybe just make some changes to it. So these are just the sparse sounds that we have. What I'm going to do is just take this whole thing and group it. And then I'm going to take this group and duplicate it. So now I've got 2 copies. And this is going to be just for the breakdown. What I want to do is try and just change these slightly, just so they're a little bit more different. And I'm just trying to think of ways in which we can change these. It's not the exact same sound again. I like the flute. I don't think we should change that. But maybe these. Bring down this amount, maybe. See how this sounds like pitched up 17 semitones, so that's like an octave and a fifth. Okay, let's try using this drone sound again. Yeah, I quite like that. Feel like we need one more element maybe just to carry through into this drop that separates this entire section from this section. So let's maybe try and make something like a rhythmic kind of lead. Let's grab Serum and see what we can do. Maybe if we just do it on the beat. I love simple sounds like this that just play on the same note and just give the track some rhythm. I feel like it really adds a nice, like almost hypnotic vibe to it. But we just need to get the sound design right. Try messing with the delay on this, because I actually quite like just how a plain saw sounds over there. And if we use like some Ableton effects, maybe like a pedal or something, like pedal. That has some nice top end fuzz there. I just want to take down the output. And then control this EQ again. You know what? I think the sound design just like this is fine. It's dry, but we can try and just add a bit of reverb. You know, and then we do something like mix this reverb in and out for the build-up. Grab a utility, put it here so that this fades in. We don't want it to be like that. Let's maybe forget about fading it in with reverb. Can't get a hold of that. Oh, I think the kicks come in over here, which is why that's loud. So I've also just copied these over, but the automation didn't copy over because I had this selected, so I'm just deselecting that and then copying that over here. So I don't want this to ring out for too long because it's going to start getting a little bit annoying, I think. So I'm just fading out the volume slowly over here. Then what I'll do is just bring it back into an audible level over here. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that. We can always come back and change things around. But now we've got a first drop, we've got a breakdown, and we've got a second drop. Last thing I want to do quickly to this breakdown is maybe just add like a snare build-up. So let's just grab a snare. My favorite snare. I have no idea where I got this from. A friend must have given this to me at some point, but I'm going to throw this in here and we are going to just use it to make a little snare roll. Where should we start? Yeah, probably start it over there. Cut out some of that sub. Okay, so I'm gonna just probably start off straight 16th notes. And then we can add our groove to these 16ths. So I'm gonna set my volume here with how loud I want it at the loudest point. And I think that's about fine. Now I'm just going to grab the gain on this EQ and automate it from that point. And another thing I'm going to do is grab this auto filter, set it to high pass, and then set it to the highest point that I wanted over here. That's probably fine. And then we can just sweep it up like that. Maybe start fading it out over there. Okay, so I think I'm going to add a new group now and do some effects because Can't leave this build up without any effects. So let's just make our own sweep for that. Let's grab operator and set it to noise white. And I'm just going to draw out a section over here. Put down a note. And then I'm going to use an auto filter to make the sweep with a band pass, and then we'll set it to our lowest point here. Some resonance. Probably there, and then our highest point up here. See how that sounds. Okay, and then we will need some sort of, maybe a crash or something. Let's find a crash. Oops. See how that one works. Maybe with a, because it's a bit short, so maybe if we just add some delay to it or reverb or something. Let's try a long reverb. Nice and long. Take off that high cut, turn up diffusion network, chorus, spin everything. Make it high quality. I'm putting this in a group just so that I can add the same sidechain to it. Might want this sweep in some other places over here. You know what, I'm gonna add a reverb after the sweep so that it can ring out. Maybe I don't want that resonance to be quite as high. See if we have this drone in there. Maybe we can pitch this down here. Actually, I'm going to remove it. I'm gonna try something else. I have like some bird sounds that I found on the internet. It's from freesound.org. So I'll just search for them. Yeah, so if you ever go to freesound.org, it's a great place to get like a bunch of free recordings that random people have put up. It's a bit of a mess, but you can often find something quite cool to use in your tracks. So I'm going to use this. I find it works quite well and I use it quite often. So I'm just going to turn off warping. Yeah, so that's just added a bit of interest to that, and I don't even feel like we need to process it at all. I've just EQ'd it. And it kind of just fits, so there we have it. Okay, so now we need some sort of intro, and what I'm going to do is just grab our drums. I'll grab the full drum loop with the shaker, and then I'm going to probably remove this hat. And then just grab the melody, maybe this one, and pop it over here. Maybe use this MIDI from here. Duplicate the drums out again, but remove the kick, and maybe we can fade the drums out just like we did in the breakdown, and delete them from here. And we could probably use the bass that we've made here. Then if I want to have it on portamento over here, maybe we can save that for the breakdown. And just have this also a bit darker. Let's try using those sounds over here. And I'm going to copy this sweep over here. Cut this out over here. And I think this auto filter, this sweep can be a lot shorter and quieter, so I'm going to just automate this to be a bit quieter and not so harsh. Okay, I need to just make sure that the note starts at the right time. And I'm just going to grab a utility and adjust the volume of this one. Let's use the same sweep over there. Wondering if we can hint at this bass line somewhere in the intro or this in the bridge. If I resample this to a new track, maybe just maybe like put some delay on that and push it to the back of the mix. Also some reverb. Maybe I can use this in the intro too, yeah. And we could probably use this whirly, maybe just at some point here, just one note to hint at that too. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna remove this shaker from here so that this section is slightly different. And then maybe make this a bit darker when it first hits. So I'm gonna use this to filter it out. And then I'll just open it back up over here. Maybe I can make use of the auto filter from one of these and give this a bit of rhythm in this, just in this hit over here. Maybe I should put it before the reverb. And we could probably hold the bass note, just the root note over here. But I don't think I want the sub to be there completely. Okay, I think we need some sort of hit over here before that drop hits. Like a clap or something. And we can just use the clap that we already have. Could just add some reverb to it. Nice bright reverb. And just gate it like that. I like that. I think it needs a little bit more power to it. Okay, another thing I want to do is add rides, and I'm going to add them under the drums. So I'm going to do it probably over here. Let's just pop the rides down. And this is probably my favorite ride. Okay, so I think I'm going to just keep these on the kicks because we've got enough complexity and rhythm, I think. Maybe I'll do like 8th note. See how it sounds on. Yeah, I think I prefer it like that. And then I want to just crashing. Take all of these drums, duplicate them out again. Don't need that crash there, so let's okay, that's cool. Now I think I just want to have the melody kind of doing the same thing over here. So just fading out. And I might use this little sweep right before the outro. Okay, so what I want to do now is that we've got a pretty basic layout done. I want to listen through the whole thing, take some mental notes, and then take a little break from it, and then come back to it. And if I like it, we'll master it, and if not, then we'll keep working on it. So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Oops. We have got the reverb still on the clap. Okay. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so one thing I just wanted to double check quickly was this ride, not this build up, is we haven't actually added any swing to it. It's not a big problem because there's nothing else that is playing the swing over here really, other than, well, I guess the melody is, so it probably is a bit of a problem. So I'm just going to hit Control J to just consolidate this entire section. Now we've got a loop with warp markers on it. You can see these little points, and we can just add the groove to it. Just going to hit commit, and then you can see we have like a nice swung snare roll. So that's without. It's just adding a bit of groove to the snare roll, which is nice. I like it. Try different warp modes to see if we can get a more punchy sound. Yeah, the beats works a lot better than complex. Complex kind of smears it. You can notice the punchiness of it disappears with complex. Complex is more suited towards vocals and stuff, I find. Oh, and another thing I thought of while I was going through it is maybe we could add some accidental kicks here and there. So maybe one over here, we can shorten this, just cut that, and then we have a double kick. Maybe we can remove one kick from here. We could even do this kind of a layout where the outro, you remove the kick completely and then just bring it back for the last few beats, and that's kind of just for something for the DJ to mix into or mix out of. Okay, and another thing I noticed was in the intro, I wanted this bass to not be so present right from the get-go. So if we grab a utility, we can fade this in. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy and satisfied with the way it sounds. I don't think there's going to be much mixing that we need to do because I kind of mix as we go along. But I will do a short mixdown session and then we will master it. But I'm just going to take a break for the day and I will be back continuing on this in the next session. Okay, so now that we have got the basic song down, I'm going to go through and basically just check the mix and just basically go through every channel and make sure that everything is as good as I can get it to sound. So I'm gonna loop a section over here. This is the busiest section, and I'm just going to basically check the mix and see if I can find better volume levels for everything. So this is how it sounds at the moment. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is just maybe turn this kick down a touch. I don't think it needs to be quite as loud as it is. And then I might also turn up this melody, I think. I'm going to use a utility because my fader's at 0 and I like to never really push them above 0. There's no real reason for that. It's kind of just it's like an OCD kind of thing. You know, I don't like going over 0 on the faders. Plus, it only goes to 6, so usually, you know, if you want to turn something up a lot, you hit +6, and then you have to use the utility anyway, so might as well just go straight for the utility. Okay, so let's I'm gonna turn this down and then turn it up until I can hear it clearly. Okay, so that's fine, and because we've got the same melody over here, I'm just going to copy the utility across. And I don't know if you noticed, but when I was listening to this, I disabled this and turned it back on just to make sure that, you know, the previous volume didn't sound better. Just to confirm, basically, you know, pushing it up by 2 dB does actually make the mix sound better, and I think it does. I think it's clearer. Yeah, the drone we can barely hear, but I don't have a problem with that because the mix is so busy anyway. I think it's fine how it is. And we've got these sounds. Look, maybe that could come up a little bit in volume, so we can do these individually, because I think like in certain sections these are fine at the volume they are, but in like over here maybe turning it up would sound a bit better. Let's try pushing it up like this. Sounds good to me. Let's also check this one. What about this flute? Oh, hang on, there's also this one. think that's more of a subtle one, so I'm not going to push that one too loud. I think the volume of this is fine actually. One thing I noticed about this is I don't really like some of the pitch bends. Like I like this one, but I don't like this one. Maybe we can just bend it straight from up there down to there. Yeah. Or we can do like almost like a rhythmic one, so it starts here and like does a quick one over here. Let's see. I wonder if we pitch this up 2 semitones from here, if that would sound good. No, don't like that. See how that one sounds. I think that sounds better, and I'll probably do the same thing over here. Just copy that. Okay, so I did have a listen to this again this morning, and I found that this sound was actually a bit too, I don't know, almost dry and boring. So I want to try different things to try and spice it up. I was thinking maybe we could try a redux, the bit reduction. Maybe not the bit reduction, but the downsample. So I like to set that to soft. I always find hard is too much. So let's just unmute that and listen. It's kind of given it some grit, which is nice. Let's see what else we can do to make this a bit more interesting. Maybe let's just try a delay. I know we tried that before, but let's try it again. Here it is. I have it switched off. I'm gonna try ping pong here. that's already a lot better. And I want this to be a little bit more audible through this section. Perhaps we can make it a plucky shape and try and play with the decay of the envelope. So we've just brought the sustain down. Or perhaps, instead of playing with the decay, we can have the sustain at full, and the decay doesn't actually make a difference to the sound. But we can play with release, so the sound rings out longer and shorter. Let's try that. And now, because we're using release to control the length, I'm going to shorten the notes. At the moment, they are playing 8th notes, so let's shorten it to 16ths. Okay, I like it there. Maybe we can have the release coming up a bit higher in this section. Also just going back and checking that anything, well, basically all my channels that aren't bass are having all their like unnecessary low end removed. So for instance, this isn't being EQ'd, but it doesn't need to be EQ'd. And this, let's check this sound. That's got a bit of low end popping up around here. It's nothing much, but it all adds up, so let's just remove that. That one's fine. Okay, that one's good. We've gone through pretty much all of them except for, and what's this? This is the vocal. probably be louder in these sections. I'm fine with that being that volume because it's only just a very background sound. It's not supposed to be like an upfront vocal. Okay, so now I want to get a bit more into like advanced processing. I'd say it's probably an advanced technique because probably not many beginners know about it, and that is using parallel processing. And it works especially well for, I find, like distortion and saturation, because you can get very granular and control exactly which frequencies you want to distort, and you always get like a much better result that way. Rather than just throwing a saturator on this channel, we're going to send it to send here. So I'm going to right click here and insert a return track, and on the return track I'm going to place an EQ and a saturator, and then probably another EQ after that. Okay, so now we can use the EQ to control which frequencies are being saturated. So let's send the signal from this channel to this channel. So we do that by increasing the amount here. And you'll see, if you watch the meters here, you'll see it starts to go up in volume and the signal starts to travel through these plugins. Okay, so for now I'm going to send full signal. Now we're basically just hearing two copies of the signal on top of each other, so it's just increasing the volume. But if we start to saturate one, or if we solo this one, now we're only hearing what's going through there. So I'm going to bring down the output on the saturator and just increase the drive. Okay, so now we've got some ugly distortion happening. And how saturation works is it's going to distort or saturate everything that peaks above a certain point. So if you imagine like the line on this EQ being the threshold or the upper ceiling of the saturator, all those peaks that are going above that line are then being clipped almost off at the top, and we get additional harmonics in the form of distortion. So if we start to then remove peaks, let's say I remove this bottom peak by filtering it out, well, now the distortion completely changes. We don't have that ugly distortion coming from that bottom fundamental. And we can push this up even higher. And I'm probably going to keep it around there because I just want to distort these mid-range frequencies. Maybe try boosting things, because if you boost frequency here, it's going to distort that frequency the most. So you can really hear what's happening if you do this. And then you can find like an area on this frequency range that you like the sound of the distortion, and maybe just push that a little bit. I quite like that one, so I'm going to not do it quite as harsh, but oops. Let's find it again. That's nice actually. Yeah, let's leave it at about 2.7 and then bring down that gain. Okay, now the reason why I've added another EQ after the saturator is because saturator is going to also add some, you know, undertones or harmonics below the cutoff once, you know, because over here we've cut out the lows, then it goes into the saturator, and that saturator adds those lows back in. You know, the distortion isn't only putting harmonics above the fundamental, it's also putting harmonics below it. So we've always got to cut that out again. Another idea is to mix this send in with the original sound. If I turn this off, that's our original sound. That's the distorted sound that we're hearing over here. So what I do is just turn that down and then mix it in so I can just hear it. Okay, and then what I want to do with this send too is to make it wide and add maybe a very, very short reverb to it. So how we can make it wide is we can either use, there's a few things, we can use chorus, we can use reverb, we can use harsh delay, which is basically delaying, making it taking a normal delay and just making it really short, but separating the times of the delay. So we'll have your left side of the delay going at 0 milliseconds and the right side going at like 25 milliseconds. So let's try that first, because that's usually very effective, but can sometimes introduce some phasing issues. So there's a preset for this, and it's called Stereo Flex in Ableton. And that's how that sounds when you first load it up. So I don't like the sound of that, and that's because it's got all these filters on, and well, all I want is the left signal and the right signal. So I'm going to turn off this one, so that's entire channels turned off. Now we're hearing that. Then I'm going to turn off the filter on each, and then I'm going to make this all the way left. I'm going to turn down the volume to 0 because I don't want to be boosting volumes here. I just want it to be exactly the same as before. And the dry signal we can turn down a bit. Okay, so I'm going to go to a section where there isn't much happening other than the bass. So right in the intro here I think is the best. Let me just test what happens when I mono this. I'm going to search for mono here. So I don't like this because you can hear it kind of, it's nice and gritty over here, but the stereo flex is taking away that grit, so that's probably because of phasing issues. So I'm going to remove that and we'll try something else. Let's grab a reverb. Reverb's great because, you know, it doesn't really do much to the phase. You're not creating copies of the sound, it's just basically you've got something more in the background that you can work with. So I like to make the decay really short and then turn the dry up to 100%. Let's solo this. Okay, so we really can't hear it at all now. And let's take off the hi-cut, take off the spin, chorus. Let's try increasing the decay time. I'm just going to turn up this volume now while we're setting this up. So now if I start letting the sound through, so we still have a wide sound. Let me set this to high quality. So yeah, we still have a wider sound than without the reverb, but it's not going to have any phasing issues. And let's just check this in mono. Yep, still sounds fine to me. Let's try also adding a chorus and see how that sounds. This is likely going to take away that grit that I like. Yeah, do you know what? I'm not going to use the chorus. Let's stick with this. And then let's put a utility after this to just bring it up a bit in volume. Let's mix these together. Try increase this reverb a bit. I like that. So yeah, it's just very subtle, but it kind of just puts that bass more into a bit of a space. So we've distorted it and we've added a bit of reverb. Now I've just copied the compressor from the sidechain group. I want to put it onto this send. And that's because this signal is not being sidechained. The signal that's going into this might be getting sidechained, but the signal that's coming out of it is not. And we have this reverb here. So we want to just sidechain that. Let's listen in context. Another thing we can do to the sound, because we're using this Moog filter, it's got a really nice drive feature that sometimes comes out quite nicely. Let's try increasing the drive and just check that our master volume is not going higher than what it's already at. So it's about halfway now. So as I increase this, I'm going to have to bring down the master. So let's just compare that to having no drive. Yeah, we can take that drive pretty far actually. Let's try this fat. I might bring down the decay slightly. I'm also going to try a 24 dB filter. I prefer the 18. I'm also just taking a tiny bit out of this frequency. Just a very slight amount, only 2 dB. And that's just taking a bit of the mud out of the sound. Okay, I'm happy with that. Another thing we might want to add distortion to is this melody. Probably add some filter drive to this. Okay, yeah, I think that's all we need is just a bit of filter drive. Also add it to this one. Okay. So the drums I'm actually quite happy with. I don't really think we need to adjust the levels. Just gonna check that we don't have any sub coming through things that we don't want it in. okay. Yeah, so that looks all good to me. One thing I also noticed was I kind of want this to start from the beginning and fade in a bit quicker so that we have a chance to get used to the sound, basically. And I think this sound can also be louder. Let's boost that a bit. And let's resample this one. And just use that as like a little reverse to lead into it. I'm gonna try to find like another reverb kind of clap impact for the pre-drop because it's kind of weak, I think. So I think I made a few of these a while ago. Yeah, that might do the job. Where's my other one? I'm going to pop that down over here. Actually, I'm going to put that in the FX because then it's side-chained already to the kick. Pop that down there. Just mix it in. And we take out some of that sub. Maybe we can have a little reverse clap. Something like that. Just leading into this. Okay. Alright, so I think I'm happy with this Mixdown. Like I said, there wouldn't be much mixing work to do because I've been mixing as I've been going along. I've been doing all my automations, checking all my levels and everything. So if you do that while you're working, you generally have less of a job to do at the end. So now I'm just going to master it, and I'm not going to do much to the master because I'm already quite happy with how it sounds. I'm only really going to be pushing for loudness and just checking out the span. So at the moment we've got around negative 12.5 dB LUFS. So LUFS is the loudness measurement that I always use. I prefer that over RMS because it takes into account basically how the human ear perceives sound. So if you're going to have a song that's got a really high RMS, but all it is just a pure sine wave at 10 hertz. And you can't even hear that, but the meters are telling you that it's loud. So with LUFS, it's taking into account how sensitive the ear is to certain frequency ranges, and then it calculates the loudness like that. And in terms of loudness, I notice mostly on Anjuna, songs tend to be anywhere from like -7 to -9 around there. So as long as we push the loudness up to around there, I don't think there's much more else we have to do in terms of mastering. So let's start off with the glue compressor, and I'm just going to use this as our final limiter, essentially, using the soft clipper. So we're not going to touch the threshold. All I'm going to do is push the makeup gain until it starts hitting that clip. So you'll see the light on the soft clip hitting, and then we know the frequencies, the signals going through the soft clipper and essentially being limited by the soft clipper. So I'm going to push it until it sounds ugly and distorted. So I would say that is too much over there. So that's 5 dB. So we could probably back this off down to 3. I'm going to grab a utility and just basically push this volume up by 3.33, turn this off, and compare how the sound has changed. So it's quite transparent, you can barely hear the soft clipper hurting the sound, but let's check our loudness now. Yeah, so we're at -9.8, so we could easily get another dB out of that. Let's grab another compressor. I really like using the glue compressor because it's quite gentle. And oops, I'll just pop that down there and put it before this one. And now I just want to do some gentle compression over here. I'm just going to add some makeup gain, about 1 or 2 dB. let's grab an EQ and put it before both compressors. Just have a look at this frequency range and maybe try and reduce some common, problem areas and boost them and see what sounds good. Okay, so boosting around there adds some nice presence to it. And then we're just getting rid of a tiny bit of the boxiness using that. So around here, around 300 Hertz. And again, just really gentle cuts. When you're mastering and you're playing with EQ, you need to be very gentle because, you're not just changing the EQ of one sound, it's the entire track. So you can very easily destroy a mix by getting harsh with the EQ on the master. Okay, and now there's quite a lot of stuff happening down here. So I'm going to turn this into a a high pass filter. And I'm going to only bring it up just to probably about 25 Hertz. And that's just going to create a gentle slope and make sure that that rumble is not, happening down here where we can't hear it. Okay, next we can put an actual limiter on. And I always put a limiter at the end of the chain and have a bit of a ceiling, especially if we don't have, a more advanced limiter that has like intersample peaking or some sort of oversampling feature. Because even if you have this limiter at the end and it doesn't have a ceiling, there'll still be some portions of like the sound wave that aren't sampled, and so the limiter doesn't detect them and those peek through. And when you have too much of that happening, you will hear it, especially on like services like SoundCloud and stuff, when they then reduce the sample rate, and down to like 128 kilobit MP3, you start to hear like really horrible, almost limiting happening. So yeah, just in this case, I'm going to put a ceiling. I think 0.3 is actually fine. And the release is on auto, so let's just drive the gain up. And I'm probably only going to want about 3 dB of gain reduction from this limiter because, it's not a great limiter. You can't really push it too far without it destroying your track. Getting pretty loud. Okay, so one thing I just did notice over here is I'm not really a fan of this outro and how loud this is. So I'm gonna actually bring that down in volume. I'm going to automate this. And then I might grab this from the intro, these little bass teasers, and use them in the outro. And let's put an auto filter on this. And kind of just, you can either try filtering out low frequencies as this goes on, or we can do it the other way and filter out the high frequencies. Let's try both ways. I think it's actually probably better to just stick to keeping these low frequencies out, especially if, you know, DJs are using this to mix out the track. I think it's just better to have high frequencies and then let DJ control if they want to, you know, cut those out, instead of us doing it ourselves. And I think it just sounds a bit better like this. I mean, I haven't listened to it by cutting out the high frequencies, but I don't really need to. I just can tell that it sounds better like this. Okay, so we have now done a basic master, and I'm not going to do any sort of stereo imaging. Find that, you know, unless you need to do it, unless there's problems, you're better off just leaving it, because it's just going to introduce some weird phasing issues most of the time. So I like to just keep my masters as simple as possible, and that usually works out nicely. So let's just double check the loudness here. I'm expecting it to be somewhere between 7 and 9. You know, probably the way that it's been done, I think I saw we getting to like 8.9, maybe 9. So let's just have a look. I'm actually getting 7.2, which is pretty loud, so I'm going to back off on the limiter because I don't like the sound of the limiter, so the less that that's doing, the better. Cool. And another thing I haven't really done is any compression on this melody. And because it's quite, you know, it's quite dynamic, especially when it rises up in volume and stuff. Not in volume, but in cutoff. I think we probably do need a little bit of compression. So I'm just going to grab a glue compressor, leave it on default attack and release settings, and just have it doing a bit of compression. fine. And in the breakdown we probably don't need it because the breakdown's okay to have it a bit more dynamic. And let's just have a look at this. Maybe we also want to compress this a bit. Yeah, so a bit of compression there. Probably just level out the sound a little bit more, which is good. Quite happy with that. I think I'm going to do one more playthrough of the sound so that we can see if we hear anything we want to change, any last minute changes, and if not, that'll be it. It's done, finished. So 3, 2, 1. Great, I'm happy with that. I didn't hear anything that I want to change. So yeah, we've reached the end. I'm going to just probably go in here and rename everything properly and color coordinate it a bit more. And then the project file will also be available in the lesson. So thanks to everybody who's taken part in this and watched it from beginning to the end. And I hope you learned a lot and you can go and make your own tunes now and yeah, get improving, get producing, and I will catch you next time. Thank you.